Testing. Can you hear me? Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Can you hear me?
Hey, it's 10 o'clock. So we'll do the adoption of the agenda. Council meeting October 1st or August 1st. Are there any additions or deletions?
I have an addition.
Wendy?
I would like to add the basketball. An email we received from a band member, asking about why all of a sudden that the Redrum is going in camera and not public.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to know, like, reading the email from this band member, I just wanted to.
Could you read just a little bit of it?
Sure, I can read a little bit of it. It says, I am writing to you to express my concerns over the changes to the agenda of August 1st Chief and Council meeting, which I only discovered this morning when I compared the agenda, which was posted for August 2nd CNC meeting. And then it says, in particularly, the matter of the Redrum's use of Lheidli logo. When this matter was first posted in the agenda, it was listed as public. So now this band member is wondering why there wasn't notice to the community or any notice saying that's going to go public to in camera. So can we add that to discuss it further?
Well, we do have read the discussion in camera today.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the email, he didn't say that it was brought up at a community.
At the AGM?
Yeah, community meeting. Where it was brought up where the community was involved. So I think that the community should be involved in all discussion.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Or at least listen to our discussion on this. You guys want it in camera or public?
Well, can I motion to have it in public? With the motion to have it in public, please? Because in my opinion, it's been public this whole time, and why all of a sudden the change?
Oh, Wendy motioned to have the Redrum discussion in public.
Question. So is it the whole discussion? Because is there somebody presenting? I'm not even sure what.
Robert?
Sorry, what's the question?
To have the council discussion on Redrum logo use. It's in camera right now, so Wendy put a motion to have in public because we got an email from a band member saying that this was brought up at the AGM and for community, and community should hear what's going on with Redrum.
Yeah, you understand what's going on here, right? With why this logo and its use and stuff. And you also understand too that we have, I asked that the RCMP who have told me they wanted to come and talk to us about this.
Are they coming in?
Well, yes, they are, but these dates keep getting pushed off. Are we in camera? Or are we in public right now?
We're in public.
Require this to go in camera if we're going to talk about this.
Okay, seems how you brought up the RCB, I do have a for public, for the community to hear. So, hello, we met with Constable Wayne Conley, who is the lead of the gang task force for Northern BC. He's pleased with what they heard and also advocate for highway patrol to block our ride. He says BC needs more clubs like this. He also said he's going to educate more officers, other gang task force on what we're about. We also spoke to Sergeant Collins from the Highway Patrol. They didn't have an officer to help us for our ride for the red dress. So we put 2 members on to help them out. The Fort St. James RCMP have asked us to come and visit their community and support them. They would like to show the youth there that there are other things they can do in their community and still have a brotherhood. Chief Priscilla Mueller has also asked us to come to support their community. We are warriors for the people. We support our elders community and whoever needs a hand. We're proud to be helping and will continue to do so. They've also helped out with School District 57. And like I said, the SDC, the red dress. That was for communities information.
Great. So now you can go in camera, please, and we can talk about it some more.
Okay, we can go in camera. Talk about this session. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Now we're gonna talk about the logo. Lheidli today's logo. Robert?
What's the policy around our logo and trademark use? Tawfiq?
I haven't seen any policy, but we have a registered logo. And it is trademarked and registered, and the standard process is like anybody use our logo needs to be authorization from us. Or like affiliated with us, like with a contract or something, partnership or something, then they are authorized to use the logo.
So, and Redrum did come to council, previous council
2021.
in 2021, and previous council did give them permission to use the logo.
Where's the BCR? And it's not just one particular group in particular I'm asking about. I'm asking for a BCR that allows anybody to use our logo and our trademark, our name.
Oh, perfect.
Robert, I never saw such a BCR council meeting minutes in last something like that previously, so it would be just a council decision.
It's just a motion through council. So, but they have been done through.
So where's the minutes from that meeting?
Usually through emails. Wendy?
When was it again? Did you guys say it was brought to council?
It would have been brought to council one of my first 3 meetings, so 2021.
2021? And it's okay. Have another question?
And yeah, and usually when somebody wants to use the logo, they just send a letter requesting. And it's usually
No.
just.
Hold on a
Yes.
second. Hold on a second. When it comes to the policy, there is none. So what needs to happen is when we have our trademark and our logo being used, we need to have some kind of policy that allows for us to allow that to happen. Right now, just passing it through council motions and stuff shouldn't really be that shouldn't be how it should be done. There should be some kind of policy that needs to be followed in order for us to make proper decisions. And when you're talking about our trademark and our logo, that's a pretty sensitive subject because that logo can be, well, we just don't want to give anybody carte blanche to use our logo and our logo and our trademark. So there should be some kind of policy developed around that.
Wendy?
Well, I agree in somewhat. However, our logo has been out there for umpteen years now. The media and all kinds of events. So moving forward is like if our logo is going to be on the media or some kind of event thing, do we have to tell them, oh no, you can't put our logo on there? Like that would be so confusing.
Robert?
But Wendy, you do understand the difference between somebody taking a picture and posting it through a media story and somebody taking our logo and using it for could be use of making money, could be like for a monetary gain, could be used for publicity. That's what I'm talking about. So when it comes to our trademark, we have to be super careful. Like the other day we had, what was it yesterday? Somebody asked to use our logo to put on a cup. Okay, that's still a little bit of an issue because in my eyes, we said, yeah, you can do that. Okay, you can do that and use that logo to put on that cup. That's what we should be saying, but there should be a policy that encapsulates that so that we're following that and people understand, like disclaimers on our website. Those are very important because our trademark has not been registered for years and years and years, Wendy. Our trademark has only been registered for the last 7 or 8 years. It's through Innovation and Science Canada. And the trademark itself is something that's it's our trademark. Can you imagine if the province of British Columbia or the city of Prince George was just suddenly had their logo being thrown all over the place and being used without having a policy in place? I hope you can understand and appreciate that.
Wendy?
The issue about the cup, that was a email about them wanting to put our logo on gifts for the council. That was my understanding from that. Like,
yeah, you're correct.
They emailed us and asked us permission to use our logo as gifts to the chief and council of Lheidli tonight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Wendy.
So what's the issue there?
I don't disagree with you on that. But what I do disagree with is that we're allowing somebody to take our logo or our trademark name and use it on something. Yes, we may have given permission through a motion, but there is nothing that governs us when it comes to policy, when it comes to our trademark. That's what needs to be developed in all this when we start making decisions like that. And as small as it is, and I can appreciate the people or individuals that wanted to do that, we still have to be able to follow our own policy and cover our own selves when it comes to our logo and our trademark use. That's all I'm asking for, is to make sure we have these mechanisms in place so that we're watching out for our own interests and the nation's interests. That's all I'm asking. Develop the policy. We can all sit down and discuss it as a council, and then we move forward. It's not a big deal.
Okay, so policy around our logo. Okay, now. Okay, a little policy.
Sorry, I'd also advise too that Tofik, if there can be some conversation had with our legal department about trademark logo use and such, so that we can have a better understanding, so that we have more of a legal understanding of what that encapsulates. I mean, we can make all the policy we want, but it should be running through our legal department as well.
Okay.
So from your discussion, what I understand that I'm going to develop a trademark logo policy. I'm going to run through our lawyer, vetted by the lawyer, and bring it back to the council table.
Yes.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Okay.
I have another comment.
Wendy?
Okay, so if we develop a policy around our trademark and logo is fine, but like when it comes to businesses and other organizations who approach us, I mean, that's why they approach us, is because we're known out there. Now we're going to create policies to come and see us. That's what it sounds like.
You're right, Wendy. And it goes
I mean, I find that a little bit disturbing because aren't we open and aren't we like, we want to have like relationships and we want to have like partnerships or what have you with other nations, other organizations, governments, you name it. Yes, I think that's a good thing.
Okay, Joshua, then Robert.
Yeah, I think we're missing the point here. It's not about who can't use the logo. It's making sure that we know who's using the logo. I sent an email this morning that was sent to the executive director or the executive assistant to actually ask permission to use the logo for the All Nations basketball tournament. And when you do use the logo, because it is a trademark, you need permission. That's just a part of the law. We're not saying you can't use it. It's just there's steps you need to take. Otherwise, we can have churches using our logo or other political parties or people that we don't affiliate ourselves with. We just want to be sure that we're a part of the decision and that we're being represented rightfully so. Because if it is with somebody who doesn't reflect Lheidli's views, we as council have to deal with that.
Okay, Robert.
Exactly. That just resonated exactly what I was going to say. And when you're thinking about the policy encapsulates the logo use, which means inside of that, permissions. So say, for example, the basketball tournament wants to use our logo in the coming months. Okay, if we have a policy that encapsulates that, then what it does is it puts the permission part of it into that policy so that we have to follow that in order for it to be legitimized. Again, it's just allowing our logo to be used free willy-nilly. We are setting ourselves up for some kind of issue if we don't have a policy in there. And I'm not, trust me, I am not against us having relationships with other organizations. I am all for that. What I am against, though, is other organizations being able to use our logo just without our permission. That's what we run the risk of without having a policy. And that's the danger that we're in right now. I wouldn't say danger. I'd say more of that's the liability that we have right now.
Okay, so Topic will work on, we'll designate Topic to work on this policy with legal. So now we're back up to the agenda. Is there any other additions or deletions?
I sent an email a little bit late. Sorry, I was at a Heritage Commission meeting regarding the logo use that Erica McLean had sent in April, I believe. She asked if we've seen it, which I said we did, and asked her to forward it to me. So I forwarded it to all of your emails.
Where are we putting it? Just at the end?
This is
The use of the logo
These are
for the basketball.
Oh, for the basketball tournament.
I'll put it just after lunch.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right after lunch?
Yeah.
Okay. Basketball. Okay.
Okay, is there any more additions or deletions? See any or hear any, so I need a mover to accept the agenda. Wendy? Seconded by Crystal,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Favor.
Favor.
Okay. Agenda accepted. Motion carried. Next is adoption of the meeting minutes from June 20th. The only item I see will be on the last page.
It's the one at the beginning with
Yeah.
Amy Wong
Mhm.
connecting with Derek.
Yeah. That was,
Infosys.
yeah. Mhm. It says it's in process.
Mhm.
Nice of you.
Thank you. Crystal. Moved by Crystal. Seconded by. Wendy. All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Now we have communication.
I'm second.
Updates are all down there.
You want us to go down there? Am I gonna hook my slides up to anything or?
Lizzie,
Betsy, we need some help. Yes, please.
This panel too, every time Adam comes in.
We need to put up a slideshow.
Just from my computer.
Oh, you can just connect the HDMI.
She's rushing around. I was like, calls on the line. I have to phone them back. I was like, oops.
And that would just share your screen on the more. It's good. Yeah. No problem.
Good morning. So for communications, we have Todd and then Joelle, and just let you know that we do live O2 community members.
Mhm.
Welcome. You know everybody.
We do, yes.
Maybe you guys could introduce yourself for our community members.
Sure, if anyone, you go ahead.
Sure. Great. My name is Todd Corrigal with Central Strategies, and I provide communications and external relations support to the nation.
I'm Andrew Johnson and Joelle Johnson from Sonic Studios, and we've been making videos for the nation, I think, since 2020, as far back as I can remember. So we've been making videos and doing photography and live streaming with our business and with the nation for, almost 4 years now. Yeah.
Welcome. So you guys have the floor.
Okay,
Thank you.
go
I
ahead.
had an idea.
Yeah, that's a great starting point. We had an idea. So the concept for this came out of, I was with Chief Logan during National Indigenous Peoples Day events, and we were sort of going around to, I think there was 3 different events that were happening almost concurrently on the day. And Sonic was there and was doing a lot of the shooting and a lot of the prep work to lead to the communications and marketing initiatives that come from that at the end. And what I started to recognize was we're telling a lot of these external activation stories. We're telling the community about, chief and council and what they're doing. But are we really communicating what the nation is doing as a whole to benefit the members and the citizens of Lheidli Logo? Which then came down to a bit of a discussion with the team here at Sonic on how do we take the conceptual story of all the great work that Chief and Council are doing, but as well as the administrative team under Tofik in delivering the services and the opportunities that enhance the lives of community members, no matter where they're located. And the idea became, let's take away sort of this concept of oral histories and turn it into a new medium and tell the story in a really compelling way. And so I'll pass that over to the team here.
That's mostly what you just said there. Basically, how do you tell the community about all these different services and what everything in all the different departments all does?
Well, not just the Lheidli community, but Prince George as a whole too, because you guys benefit not just your members, but you benefit our community as a whole, like in Prince George.
So yeah, basically we're thinking about, explaining and promoting each department, and its function helps promote a deeper connection for members on what each department does, so they can know how those departments could benefit them and benefit the rest of the people in the nation, and so on and all that. So we just felt that was important. Another overview thing. Do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of the storytelling is talking about the incorporation of nation members at every level. So understanding what opportunities can look like, understanding what's going on in the business units and how growth comes from that, but also how the nation is really sort of spurring off larger opportunities through economic investments, through business units, and then what that means from an employment standpoint, whether that's out contracting or other business units within the nation.
Enhancing communication and transparency, again, was one of those things where people, if their communication to do with what different departments are doing, what different people at different parts of the nation are all doing, and having that be transparent about what it is they do and how they do it and who benefits from it and all that stuff is a pretty big thing. And there's lots of benefits on that side of it that we've seen already in the past. So because I've been a part of so many different live streams and all that stuff, there's some live streams that ISK has gone back to look at and then helped to make decisions on what might have been happening with the nation. And, there's transparency about what's happening when you guys are getting these huge shipments of fish and everyone gets some and all that stuff. And so just the transparency about it all is really beneficial. And you don't even know what some of those benefits are until way after the fact. But I just wanted to recount some of that because that's where I've seen lots of benefits of creating these kinds of videos ahead of time.
Ooh, okay, so cataloging. Actually, I don't want to skip, but I also want to bring up the other side where you've got the screenshot of your files.
Okay, do you want to show that first?
Yeah, show that first. So
this one.
If you can see on the right-hand side here, we catalog everything that we do for you. So we can draw from it in the future when called upon. So one of the benefits to doing this project would be that we'd be creating all kinds of evergreen content for you, and we could catalog it so that when you have a need for a visual, whether it be still image or actual video, we could recall it. So what we've been doing is we've been stockpiling what we do for you and cataloging it all, tagging it so that we can find it quickly when you guys need it for whatever projects you have.
Mm-hmm.
And we have terabytes of stuff that we have done with you guys, and we don't obviously use it for other things, but when you call us up and you're like, hey, I'm writing this thing, do you have a picture of this person? We recall it for you.
Yeah. So part of what we want to do, if for this kind of a project, is to even go more in depth on that side of it. So I'll talk about that in a bit. But basically, the idea of being able to have all this stuff and have it searchable was a pretty big helpful thing. And actually, one of the things that I had thought of multiple times just in this year if we go back like to, I think this was at the Kofi conference here, and we were using a video of LTN contracting. But when there was the chief, you were doing a small kind of speech at the True North Forum, and then you did the panel right afterwards. There was some stuff you were talking about in as part of your speech that we had a whole bunch of really great imagery that we could have put up on the screen while you were talking about it, and like it would have like really impressed everybody too. So for next time, that's like there's some really good stuff, and that's, you know, having some of that stuff available, even like what we have here. A few of those pictures are just stuff that we got this last Sunday, with the catching the Chinook there and stuff down the Willow River. So having that kind of stuff is awesome for future use.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, so we were just going to kind of briefly go over, you know, all the different areas, but
Yeah, I think this is more just from a visual perspective. You know, these are some of the units that we've sort of captured that would be compelling stories to tell. And certainly, you know, council all has portfolio responsibilities. And so there's a, you know, a fine balance of the political side and the administrative side, and ensure that we're keeping that balance. And so there's the opportunities for councillors to introduce their functional areas or their portfolios, and then we dive onto the administrative side where we start to tell the story about the members, the team members that are working with Tofik on delivering all the services and opportunities within those specific areas. So it truly is sort of that holistic approach to covering the bases here. And this is a framework catch-all. There's a discussion to be had as this moves forward, if it moves forward, to determine exactly which departments and areas the nation wishes to focus on, and then we'll deliver scope around that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like there's obviously lots of sub areas in here that could be talked about in a lot of different ways. So, and then intent, you go ahead with intent too there.
Yeah, so
you kind of already said at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different pieces that will flow through this that, you know, I think the nation can benefit long term. Joelle's captured the evergreen component, which, you know, in our initial discussions, the first time that was mentioned by Sonic it's a really sort of key moment on how do you retain all this great.
Well, yeah, like if you're going to put a financial investment to it, I would want to give you good value for that too. So creating it in a way where it doesn't get stale dated, or it's really easily updatable. So you can, so I was talking to Andrew about this earlier. It's like if you buy a Lego set and it's like, you know, a Death Star or whatever, you're making a Death Star with a Lego kit. Well, that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that you can make with it. Once you've made your Death Star, you can take the components to it and use it for other things too. Mm-hmm. Like it will benefit you for a long time to come.
Mm-hmm. And a real example of that would be just some drone footage that I got of Glenn moving some debris and all that stuff on a tree planting block with the excavator. We used that in like 4 different videos because it was a good example of something that was happening, of what someone was talking about.
Taking small bits of fiber instead of big blocks.
So just basically having that. And then every time I try to do this, whenever I'm flying the drone, is I try and get what I think I need for whatever that story is for why we're there. But then I go and fly and get other stuff that just looks cool so that we have something that could be used later for whatever purpose. So even this image right here is from the day that the wastewater announcement was, but I flew the drone across the river and then back towards the health center because I thought, well, it would be good to have a perspective with everything green and with the water of what it was, you know, at that particular time. So I have extra footage of that we haven't used in anything yet, but it's there, and now I'm using it for the presentation. So yeah.
One of the other really nice pieces that sort of draws out from this is as businesses look to partner with the nation down the road, they'll look at how does the nation do business? What are the opportunities that the nation creates? So this becomes that content that lives where, you know, anyone who wants to partner with the nation can go to your Facebook page or your website, access some of those videos and understand what does the nation do with economic development, and how do they use those funds, and how do they allocate that out? So it's a really good opportunity for people who may be looking to partner with the nation to gain a better understanding of the nation before they even engage with you.
Well, and not only that, when you have good imagery, when you have good content, it makes you look more legit. Just straight up does.
Yes. It just impresses other people in general. Yes. Keeping members informed.
Yeah, keeping members informed is when because we have a lot of members. So we're up to 803, I think.
51.
851
Oh, wow.
new members.
Yeah.
Well, members.
Members.
So I think this would be a great way for an introduction
Yeah,
to
catch them up to speed.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I feel like,
all the departments would do, and
yeah.
for membership or health is a big one, like what they can and cannot. Just give them all a quick little rundown and how maybe have the elder society.
This was just our brainstorming, but like we want to tell what stories you want told too.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the last slide, because Todd will go through it, but basically it was like, well, what are we going to do next? And that would be to meet with everyone, every department, every person kind of thing that's going to be part of it and figure out the best way to inform members kind of thing.
Yeah, because I gotta tell you, like the fisheries group, when we had a meeting with the fisheries group, they've always known what they do. They always talk about what they do, but they actually brought in a slideshow and showed us exactly what they do. And I was flabbergasted.
Yeah.
You have to walk 5 kilometers down the middle of a stream, carrying all that equipment. Like,
yeah,
to go and catch those things. Yeah. And like, we're excited. That again, this is from just this last Sunday. Victoria was out there with us when we were catching the Chinook, and it's really cool what they're doing out there. I can't wait for us to edit down the fish fence thing that they're doing and all that. It's really cool.
fish rodeo.
Fish rodeo, yeah.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah. Okay, so stockpile stuff, we kind of already talked about that, but basically what I want to do is spend more time tagging some of this footage so that I can, like within a search engine kind of a thing, be able to say, I want to see drone footage of North Side in the summer. And I want to be able to just like, no matter what folder it's in, I can get a list of that stuff. So that if we're looking for something that we need, then we're like, okay, well, I need specifically something for some video. When it's searchable like that, it makes it so much easier for us to, make use of it.
And I think it's worth mentioning too, this is all hosted on our personal server.
Yeah.
Like this is not able to be hacked into. Well,
Yeah.
anything else, but
I mean, in general, it's not hackable.
it's backed up on an external offsite server also.
Yeah.
And
Adam would be impressed with my backup solution because I have a backup at our office and I have an offsite backup at our house of everything.
yeah,
so if we did that with all the departments and all the stuff, and then council had their thing, like Robert can come on and say what he does, the works that he does with the city on justice, and Joshua on education.
Totally.
and with the
Chris-
museum, yeah.
Wendy, and just
Yeah, and you're doing the IELT again too, right?
housing and stuff.
To have all of those things, each individual.
So I think members would have a better understanding of what a portfolio holder does and has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I kind of wanted to mention too, like we've never charged for all of that. Like that's just something that we provide.
So, opportunities, that should be fun.
Yeah, I think we've already really covered this off, which is anyone who's looking to engage with the nation, whether that's different levels of government, bureaucracies, it's businesses, current or future. You're giving them a view into the nation and how professionally things are done here, and your expectations too of what you would look for in a partner as well. So we're really trying to tell this sort of global perspective story that achieves a lot of different benchmarks along the way, but really does give the view of who Lheidli Logo is and how you work with Lheidli Logo and how Lheidli Logo works with everybody else.
Well, and not just with the bigwigs, but I want to tell the stories also in a way that shows the community what you do within the community to negate some of the less savory remarks towards Claytley, because you're such a great benefit to our community. And it makes me really upset when I'm on Facebook and I see people being ignorant about what you are here and what you're contributing to our city and our province. I would like to really tell the story in a way that somebody who doesn't know anything could understand that you guys benefit us so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's kind of you telling the story,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like the nation telling your story about what it is you do.
Because we're not really telling the story. We're helping you tell your story.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, budget.
Yeah, so we don't, we have a lot of preliminary thoughts on this, certainly, but the idea being we want to make sure council and administration are engaged in the project and have an understanding of what we're looking to do. If this is an idea that can move forward, we would want to sit down and scope everything out so that we can provide a better view on what that total cost would look like. We've provided an estimate, but that really is just an estimate in consideration of, you know, the Elder Society. So we're going to add some things in, we're going to take some things out. I don't want to say that we're working with a moving target right now, but I think what we want to do is be very clear that once we can scope the project with everybody and know exactly what the expectations of deliverables look like, we can then produce a hard cost on it.
Or what the cost would be, yeah.
A few things, Todd, and thank you. The idea is great. So I have a few observations on your, like on the presentation and everything. So thank you for meeting with me other day. So number one is like the band is in agreement with ISK for 10-year grant. That means like the band needs to report to the membership more than report to the government. This could be a good way that what the department managers and who are the person working for the department and what they do in a regular basis. So membership knows that who is working in health, who are the people working in health departments or the other department. That is something great idea. And through a visual storytelling approach, yes, definitely a good idea. So regarding the budget, Todd, budget is something like that doesn't require to be an exact amount. That is something like could be a 5%, 10% variation. So what budget is? Budget looks like is like why we are getting into it. So what are the outcome? We can compare it. So if we are operating in this stage and we want to make our operating in this stage cost, we need to consider the cost that way. That what is the cost and benefit ratio? So spending this much of money giving us what benefit? So the budget is important. So I know that in the you submitted something like $45,000. They send you an email.
We have another slide.
Yeah.
That gives a bit more of that, and it incorporates.
Right. The reason I asked it to break it down because every cost I see from my perspective, what I try to do, I try to manage it. I try to get it funded so that I can collect some fund or like. So this is called benefit analysis. I mean, like if we spend $45,000, what is the outcome for that $45,000? Or like, you know, this is something like if for that $45,000 give us adequate benefit more than $45,000 equivalent to $45,000, that is okay, right? So therefore I need those information. Number two, it is great that you archived all of our all of the video, and I think like since it is clearly intellectual property as well. So I would request that please share those information, share those files with Adam. We have good storage system as well. That is number one. Number two is like we do not have a formal contract with Sonic as far as I recall, right?
Yeah.
So in order to manage all those stuff, I think like we should get into a formal contract. So since we have access all to our files and everything, so I think we should go for that. We should think about it.
Yeah. Works. So the next slide, was there anything on here else you wanted to say?
No.
I think that's it. The next slide was kind of the price breakdown of what we're anticipating. And this is for our time doing all of the shooting and editing and communication and meetings and graphic design and everything, and Todd's time for all the time that he would be doing as part of the basically communicating, collaborating, building and consulting with you guys on all the different things. So it's all of our time all put together. And if Tofik asked if I could give a breakdown of our shooting and editing and other stuff, and I'd be happy to email that to everyone. I just didn't want to say it publicly on a live stream because of my competitors and because some of my other clients that I charge more to don't, because they're
not family.
They're not, yeah.
That is okay. So that is okay, but here is something like, I understand that this is some of your time, some of Joel's time, and like Sonic's time all together, and some of time of Todd. So here is something like we have a formal contract with Todd, and Todd is working in different segments. Todd is working for the communication part, and also Todd is working for fisheries communication. I see the bills are coming from fisheries department as well. So and I'm going to see some bills from communication department from your side as well. So this is confusing. So I want a different budget for Todd, that what Todd is getting from here, what you are making from here. And if I have the proper breakdown, it helps me to look for the fund as well.
Yeah.
So I think we're 100% comfortable with that. And I think we expected that question to come, and we're more than prepared to give you a personalized breakdown of that.
Yeah.
That would be an internal document.
All part of it. Yeah. And it all comes down to, for us, is how many days are we shooting? How much time editing are we going to do?
It would just be charged at a regular rate.
Yeah. We're just charging for what we do. So if we only made 8 videos instead of 15, then it would be different, obviously. So it just, it comes down to that. But then we would be up to a certain amount, whatever the maximum amount is that we would want to.
And it's not bound to anything. We can do it as we go. It doesn't have to be like, oh, we're going to make this 15 videos or whatever. We can pick them off one at a time.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you guys made the Hadith video.
Yeah.
And we had to,
Yeah.
we made this decision to meet this time, but something came up. So it was really flexible and I really appreciated that. So I finally got to do it. But I was just saying, that you guys were awesome in the fact that you understood and that, we finally did it. But, you were patient and stuff. You didn't pressure me like, come on now, when when we finally got it done, I was finally relieved. But yeah, that was nice. Thank you for that. Because,
and we can be flexible within things too. And as we work with Lheidli more, we're trying to be forward thinking with Lheidli, like what can we do today that might benefit you tomorrow?
And even I was talking to the chief yesterday and I was like, next time we're somewhere cool, like if we're down by the river or we're in front of the health center, I want her to re-say a couple of lines from the Hadi video so that we can have her in a different location, and or some other people too, right? So, and again, like even with you, we got you to do your part after the announcement at the HOA for all the signs. Yeah. Right. So we're kind of doubling up on making use of being in a different location for something else and doing that. So anyways, so the last slide was schedule. Just kind of already talked about it, but
yeah, I think we've kind of covered the bases here, but whatever the schedule that works best for the nation, Tofik we can all have a conversation around a more sort of structured budget layout for this. And then we'll work with everybody to accommodate those schedules. But we feel like if we're going to proceed, we could probably commence this by mid-August. We could probably start releasing videos in September at some point, with an eye on being able to release them on some set schedule that we can all agree to, whether it's weekly, bi-weekly.
Like trickle content.
Yeah. So we'll make sure that the content is evergreen, that it's released at some sort of scheduled rate, and that we'll build programming around that release schedule so that we make sure that we're hitting all those benchmarks along the way.
It should be good if we did in September because like Joshua had education.
Talk about back to school and yeah, and I think that's sort of where project kickoff really comes into play, is understanding where those benchmarks are along the way, where important dates are along the way, important activations for the nation, so that we're capturing those and we're also releasing around those.
Yeah.
Okay, just one quick thing. Unfortunately, we don't have quorum, so I will be passing the chair to Tolpik. Is everyone in agreement with me passing the chair to Tolpik to ensure we have quorum?
Policy is to the next policy line. If you don't accept them.
Okay, Crystal, do you want to chair? We don't have quorums. If you say.
Oh, we don't.
No.
Oh,
So
We did.
I do have to go down the line for you guys to accept it or not, and to be chair, I can pass it to Tolpik to ensure we have quorum.
oh, wow.
So Crystal, would you like to chair? Kyle, would you like to chair? No. Wendy, would you like to chair?
No, thanks.
So to ensure that we have quorum at the table, we are passing the chair over to Tolpik. Tolpik, you have the chair.
Thank you so much, Council Member. You all are agreed to be passing on the chair. Thank you. So thanks for the presentation, Todd and Rup. So as Council heard your presentation, so we'll be waiting for your final budget to come in, and we'll review it, and possibly in our possibly we'll review the budget. But meanwhile, Council, if you would like to have a motion to move forward with this project, then I can let you know.
Motion.
So motion to move forward this project until we see the budget.
Crystal? All in favor? Motion carried.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think that it's a good way moving forward with showing everything that's going on kind of behind the scenes, and when people don't see content, they kind of think that they're being left out. And also for, like Chief had said, with all of the members coming home, I think a lot of times I know that people call and they say, you know, what does the nation offer for, like, what do they have for this? At least, you know, well, we can say go to the website, but I think it's better to be able to see a video as to actually
Faces.
what those things mean, and faces. Yeah, good way to welcome.
Wendy?
Yeah, I agree with Crystal also, because our website sometimes isn't updated too. So like sometimes it's, you know, it takes a bit of time to update the website. So I agree that, you know, something like this would be phenomenal, because with, you know, like our members that are wanting to come home, or even our far away members, can click on just whatever and just see everything. And then, you know, then that way we can, you know, like they can see and learn about the nation, you know, and then, you know, they feel like, then maybe they'll feel like they're part of everything after that. Then it'll be easier for them to just click on something and just.
Well, and hopefully it'll save you time too, because then you don't have to explain everything from A to B about what's happening in said department. You can just show them the video and it'll provide that understanding.
Yeah.
Just a quick update. So
I was listening.
Oh, you're listening?
Yeah, it's all good.
Thank you. So I'm still the chair. I need to tell you something before I pass on to Chief Logan again. So one thing is like this video, this everything. So, you know, the First Nation, we are a First Nation structure. That means like our governance body, they are political leaders. So the video and everything need to be made in such a way, it doesn't look like that it is giving a side to some council member, doesn't give side to another council member. It needs to be fair, that every council member get equal opportunity to speak about themselves or their mission, vision, what they're doing. So there will be no bias or anything. So that is my being at this moment I'm chair, I'm telling that, so that to make sure that every council member is being treated equally to represent the band preparing the video.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
You gotta go last, here, the chair.
So, motion to move back the chair to C.
Okay, so we have forward with this video, which is good. And I think the September one would be awesome because it's back to school. And
Yep.
there's a lot of confusion.
So we'll just start coordinating with Josh first.
Yes, I think that should be the first one because it's education and
Yeah.
to welcome back to school.
I got scared. I was like, huh?
But would it be a good opportunity, especially for those like in CNC, UNBC, you guys could go with him up there and say, if you need help, you can go to this room. Like,
Well, and have the visual for that room too, right?
so it's not so, you can get like 18-year-old kids going to UNBC, they're gonna be. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
For
Having
an idea.
Thank you. And hats off to you.
It is 11:05. We're gonna stop for like 5-minute break. We'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Public, yep. I think we're in public for the rest of the day. Or, no, we got
No,
until 2:30.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. It's 11:15 from the break. The next one we have is Barry Seymour coming in with exit. Alan? Oh, I hope everybody's enjoying the beautiful sunshine after all that cold rainy week we just had. Come on, the hot seats are down there. Hi, how are you? Good to see you too. Hi. Hello.
hello.
Oh, there's a lot.
Okay, I'll sit by you.
Oh,
I think you plug in. We have chairs.
Are you sitting there?
I was, so I
Oh.
was gonna grab the chair.
Thank you so much, Ellen. I have some printed material.
Okay, so this presentation is about sales and hydrogen opportunity, and to let our guests know that we do live stream out to our membership. So I think we will start off in the round. We'll start down the way at the end.
Oh, sorry, he's zipping up. Hi, my name's Gianna Ambrose. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for having us here to present to you today. We're really excited to be here and share some of the our knowledge and opportunity with you guys. I'm the communications director for Salish Elements. So I'm originally from the US and moved here about 2 years ago. And when I heard about, I met Omar actually first and got introduced to what he was doing. And I started with a presentation. He was just pitching to other entrepreneurs this idea, and it all just has come together over the last 2 years, basically. And so it's really exciting to meet with all of you and share it even more. So appreciate being here, and let James introduce himself.
Howdy, my name is James Delorme. I'm a member of Klahoose First Nation, and glad to be here on your territory quite late today. And thank you for those who are on the live stream. So my title officially is Vice President of Community Development with Salish Elements. Former chief, I was the chief of Klahoose First Nation for about 6 years. Economic development was my key focus, but very specifically, I worked with clean energy with 2 run-of-river hydro projects that we produce. So wonderful to be in your territory. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Omar Kassim. I'm the CEO of Salish Elements. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I've been in the energy industry for over 8 years now. Started off in oil and gas, worked in hydro as well. My background is working at Suncor, Mitsubishi, Syncrude, and then for 5 years I worked for Fortis BC. I was their standards engineer, and actually in my last year and a half with Fortis, we started the hydrogen group with Fortis BC, and I was one of the foundational members of that team. And just to give a bit of background as to Salish Elements as well, we're a majority Indigenous owned green hydrogen developer, and we work with First Nations communities to develop majority Indigenous owned projects owned by the community. So my background is I'm from Egypt myself, and then Ruben George is the chairman. He's from Tsleil-Waututh First Nation, and we kind of partnered together to create this vision. And really the foundation of this vision is, when I worked for Fortis on their hydrogen file, I noticed a lot of big corporations that were kind of causing the issues around fossil fuel development. We're now trying to jump into the new resources that are not fossil fuels, that haven't really been claimed yet, so to speak, such as water, wind, solar. So for us, it's not just about creating the hydrogen molecule. It's about changing the way resources are developed so that it's more fair and equitable to the people, and the economic benefits return to the people, and it's owned by the people. So what I saw at Fortis was all these big corporations jumping into these new resources, but then repeating the same patterns of over extraction, development without First Nations and without communities, and then extracting all the economic benefits offshore to large shareholders. So all it was doing was recreating the same issues, but calling it green. Right, but it's creating all these the continued social and economic issues around resource development. So that really didn't really resonate with me. And around the time is when I met Ruben George, and we started this company together. So to tackle that. So for us, it's not just about a transition of a molecule from fossil fuel to green. It's a transition of a way business is done that's more fair and equitable to the people. Because what happens if we let big corporations take those new resources, it's like a reinvasion and a recolonization of those resources and from the people. So we're here to work with communities in a majority ownership structure of the community to develop those resources before the big corporations come. So that's kind of the foundational story of Salish Elements. And I just wanted to give that perspective before we continue the discussion.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Barry Seymour. I'm sure you all remember me. Recently joined Salish Elements as community director of community development in the north. So I've been working with them for about 2 months. I believe that some of the developments that Salish Elements are working on is very worthwhile for Indigenous groups in the north, and I'm very happy to be part of this company.
Nice. We'll finish the round. Get those Alan.
Alan Strout, Manager of Economic Development, Gbenga.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Crystal Gibbs, Council for Lheidli.
Good morning and welcome, Wendy Jail Council.
Good morning, Tawfiq Islam. I'm Executive Director for Lheidli.
Good morning. Welcome to our territory. I'm Chief Lheidli Logo.
Kyle McIntosh, Council.
Barbara Allen, Minute Taker and Employment and Training for Lheidli.
Joshua Seymour, Council.
Again, thank you for coming, and you have our floor.
Excellent.
It's all up to you, man.
Oh, no. In the power seat. Thank you once again, and also want to recognize Barry, not only a Lheidli member, but it's just been really helpful with understanding the community. And so I did live here for about 8 months, and I was here like it was minus 25 when I first got here. And so I really appreciated being from the South. Just really appreciated, getting a little bit of cold weather and finding out what the North is all about. So we'll just go through some of these slides. At any time, if you feel like you have a question, please just shout it out. And one of the things that Omar kind of leading to some of the discussions he was mentioning is that Omar is really coming from that engineering background. So he really has that technical piece that might be beneficial to the folks. But also, Barry's working with me with community development. And that's what I do. I work with communities and I basically help with education, help with possible partnerships. And so, and Deanna is really our biggest, and I'll show this in our slides. Our team is really key to making sure that we're doing things with First Nations. So some of the key things that were really important are our vision of green hydrogen for a just transition. Some of these things that Omar talked about. So I didn't finish, but Deanna's our communications director. So she's created a lot of these slides that are really quite amazing, and it really shows the work that we're doing. So there's 3 pieces to what we're trying to do, and as far as our vision that Omar had mentioned. So climate being number 1, it's a huge piece for us that we want to focus on. Obviously, economic benefits to communities, revenue sharing, job guarantees, community development, the environment, all key factors in the methodology of our company. A little bit of introduction to the founders, really key and important. Reuben George is the chairman. You see a picture there. See how they're smiling? That's because we're all having a good time pretty much all the time. Omar there, and you can see some of the details. And I'll send this deck back to Tawfiq, because there's some slides here that we've updated, and this might be helpful to the rest of the council to review. So this really outlines the founders and what Omar, the story that he told you this morning, that really gives us resonates, with this slide, and you can see where they come from. So that's centric to our business model. This is what we do every day.
Also, I'll quickly add to, so Reuben recently wrote a book as well, and it was like a national bestseller, and he has relationships to communities across the whole country, and across all of North America. So he brings a lot of that perspective into this company. And also a couple of weeks ago, our first project with the Hochlip First Nation was featured on the Globe and Mail, talking about the Indigenous leadership and Indigenous ownership we're bringing into the project. So yeah, definitely refer to that as well as additional material.
Great. And I don't know if the folks online can ask questions, but we might have a bit of time at the end of our presentation for questions. So this is the leadership team. And so one of the pieces person that you didn't meet obviously was Reuben George, and he's our chairperson. And you see the rest of us here. But another person is Rory North. And so I recognize Rory he's one of really a leader in clean energy, and was some of the early adoption of clean energy with some other companies like Ballard, and specifically with hydrogen. So I don't mind saying that Rory was our first investor. So really, without Rory, we couldn't do the work that we're doing now, being in your territory. So I want to give him a little bit of recognition. Another thing is that we work as a team. So we've just onboarded Barry. So we want to have him part of our team and doing the work that we do. However, this is a recent trip 2 weeks ago in the Haida Gwaii territory, where we were invited to recognize their land title agreement with the province. And so this just gives you our family sort of methodology, as we always do things together. So we have our group here today. So a little bit on our partnerships, and I'm going to go through this deck a little bit quick just so that we can get an overview and maybe leave some time for some questions. One of our engineering companies that we really value is Ayansola Systems. And so you'll see on this list, there's some very strategic partners that we have that we've signed, not just an MOU, but a contract to work together. So Ayansola Systems helps with our engineering piece, but also Kratos is a company from Germany, and they very specifically work with investment and also with project management. And so we've had a really good interaction with those folks. So on the liquefaction technology, we partnered up with Air Liquide. So it's a company out of France, sorry. And that company is very critical with technical pieces that we need to move our projects forward. I'll get into some of what those projects are, because we have a flagship project that we're doing currently. So another piece that's really critical is PowerTech. PowerTech is a subsidiary of BC Hydro. So what they do is they test various technologies, folks that are in energy. And so they do this in Surrey, and would love to maybe get a tour in the future with your council, if you were available, because it's really important piece to understand where you have to test the technology. You have to make sure it's safe. You have to make sure it's reliable, and it's done in a way that's low risk. So we value that partnership. We also have a partnership with Simon Fraser University, and this is develop various means of transportation. And so they just created a new hub, hydrogen hub, really important. The best for last is our partnership with Hochlip First Nation. So Hochlip they're formerly called Fountain First Nation. And that's our flagship project that we're doing. We're doing a 25 megawatt production facility in their territory.
Where are they located?
So they're located in what they call Lillooet.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we'd love to have a flagship with the Clay Leighton here as well.
Absolutely. So these are 4 key tenets of the work that we do. So we make sure that these are part of our business model, which is a bit unique. You know, a lot of companies will say that this is what they're doing, this is what's important. But it's really critical for us to do, in order to do this work in a good way, especially when we're working with Indigenous communities, We have to make sure there's truth, because this is not a one-off. This is not something that we can just, come in and say, hey, we're going to promise to make a whole lot of money and then leave. Family is really critical. So I understand the family connections. My family background, it's really important for me to be working with my family. So I understand those fundamentals, and they come from the Coast Salish point of view from Tsleil-Waututh with Reuben. Health, the balance of health and work is really important to us. And then culture, of course, is very important as well.
This is a Longhouse law. So that's Reuben's culture and his knowledge. We instill that in every single decision that we make in the company and any of our projects. And you'll see examples of that.
So a little bit on the development approach. It's sort of like, it's not top down. It's basically, it's 360, if you will. It's like encompassing everything. And so the key, as you look in the top left-hand corner, you'll see First Nations and Indigenous communities are the number one focus for us. And those are our business partners. Provincial and federal government, it's a key piece. Green technology providers, the technology they're providing, the insights, that's really important. Value-aligned investors, so like going back to Rory, who's on our team, we have to make sure that the money that is coming into our company is actually vetted in a way that is safe for the people that we're partnered with, because we do have investors. Hydrogen customers, we have to understand those customers, know your customer. Education institutions, local universities and colleges, it's critical. So large universities, we're doing research projects with, but we want to work with others.
And sorry, James, I have one more thing. If you go back to that slide. So this is what we do as Salish Elements. If you're ever wondering, okay, what does Salish Elements actually do? We're that developer. We're in that middle. We build the hydrogen business table, and we bring First Nations first through active participation, through majority ownership, not just consultation or impact benefits. We're really bringing them in as active majority partners. And then once we're satisfied with that, then the rest are invited to that table. So we don't put the cart before the horse, or that's kind of that's how our approach is as a developer.
Thanks, Omar. I appreciate that. So this is a little bit on the technical side, and some of it might be hard to understand, and we won't go into all the technical pieces, but however, we'll try to leave some room at the end. But I just wanted to give you that sort of overview of what the industry is. So, if you go from the left to the right, you kind of see the infographic and what it represents. We want to stay a sustainable model when it comes to using electricity for our production. So as you can see on the left, there's various ways we do that. Right now, we use power from the grid in order to power our projects. So in hot lip situation, we have an agreement with BC Hydro that we're working for a purchase agreement. Absolutely. And we're hoping to work with Lheidli Logo to do that same work that we've accomplished with hot lip. So as you go along,
How many watts or megawatts?
25.
Oh, okay.
25 megawatts, and we actually have a pretty good relationship with BC Hydro. It's not this because usually typically developers come to BC Hydro and demand power, whereas we're taking more of a partnership approach, understanding their needs and then finding our needs and then finding the common ground and moving forward from there. Actually, and that's the Indigenous lens, that's the Indigenous approach, right? But they don't really get that. So we actually are pretty excited to work with us because they know we'll also accommodate their needs and find that common ground, right? So
is it 25 megawatts per unit or per
total?
In total?
Yeah, 25 megawatts. Yeah.
Nice.
I won't go over this too detailed because there's a lot of data here. But the key piece in this slide is to understand that there's a demand, there's a global demand, and we have the ability to actually fulfill that with our projects. And so we have California, we have Germany, we have Korea, we have a lot of folks, what they call offtake, and those offtake opportunities are great. We had talked about export. However, where we focused is in BC. So we want to make sure there's an ecosystem that works here in BC. We can be that reputable company that supplies that energy for a specific industry, which is trucking. As you can see, some of the number of stations in North America is only 80, whereas in Europe and Middle East and Asia Pacific, they're clearly ahead of the game. And funny enough, in North America, it's the stations that are in California that are the most. So we have a bit of work to get going forward. So our planned projects and revenue. So I'll send this deck to you because that's not, probably this wasn't included, Tofik, with yours, but maybe an update to the board or sorry, your chief and council to make sure that you have the right data. But this is really important that Omar wanted to bring to the community and let you know some of the revenue streams that we have. Now it's a lot to understand. I won't go into details. But however, I invite you to take a look at some of those revenue streams and see if they make sense. And what you can see, though, is important is that there's a scale up that's going to take place on a long term. We're not talking about the next 5 years. We're talking about maybe the next, 50 to 100.
So yeah, just to add a little bit to what James said there. So we're planning to start with 25 megawatts in 2026 with the Hochlip. We've already worked with them for over a year now, so it's advanced. However, we want to increase that tenfold, that capacity to 250 megawatts in 2029 and beyond through working with various First Nations in a majority ownership structure. With that combined with the fueling stations as well as a similar approach, starting with a couple fueling stations, growing that tenfold. And then by 2029 plus, we're looking to generate for First Nations communities close to $1 billion a year revenue. That's our goal. And that's basically where the Asian market is right now. So we want to grow that locally here in North America as well.
So you'd just be straight trucking, right? No CN and.
No CN. No. CN is kind of complicated for a permitting standpoint. Yeah, we knew that from the start, kind of, but yeah.
Say we build one here.
Yeah.
Where are you going to transport it? To Vancouver or to Rupert?
So when in an ideal scenario, would actually create local demand through the truck fleets here, and then also move the hydrogen to Prince Rupert, to move it south, wherever it needs to go, depending on how we move ahead with the project.
Yeah, in your business overview, you have ports and airports. Talking about airport fuel as well. So in the slide, if we can go back to page 11, number fueling stations and annual revenue, does that include any type of airport fuel as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're here. We're including like ports, airports, those type of fueling stations, and for transport, like trucking, like transport as well.
Okay.
Because they'll need fueling stations across their routes, right? So yeah. So ports or airports are key hubs for us as well, because that's where a lot of trucks and drayage and all that happen. Yeah. We'll go over that though. It's in the next few slides.
Couple slides. But yeah, that's great questions. Yeah. So and this actually is sort of forecasting some of our plan, and as you can see that there's a green hydrogen map that we have here, and so we have a first, second, third phase. So I know that we're a bit on the time. It's 11:39 right now, and I just want to make sure that I get through some of these slides. And so I'll do my best to try to speed things up a little bit. But if you have more time for questions later, I'd really appreciate that. But I think the key piece, and on this map, you might see that it says Huu-ay-aht First Nation. So we're currently in negotiations with Huu-ay-aht. They don't mind if we talk about it. And as you can see, there's other pieces on the map, and you can see it says Prince George. But we didn't want to be so bold as to say this is, Lheidli's partnering with us. So we want to be careful that we make sure to do things correctly. So, but Haida Gwaii, we're talking to them as well. So there's a lot of good partnerships that we're already engaged in, and specifically like I said, Hochlip First Nation is our flagship partnership that we have, business agreement.
So this is our growth, sort of like you saw that in a chart. This is what it looks like geographically on how we plan to scale. Starting with Hochlip and then connecting transport hubs and ports and airports all across the board, sort of.
I see Prince Rupert on there, and I know that's a big port place. Is there going to be any exporting or anything like that in the future? Like, do you plan on using like those big export ships and stuff?
No, and when we scale,
going up east, like going towards the east, like Asia and all those places.
When we scale, when it reaches scale, because to do that, you have to get to like quite a big scale for it to be financially feasible. So yeah, when we get to scale, so that will like, that's even beyond the 250 megawatt. That's like almost like a gigawatt almost. When you're talking about Asian markets to make the finances make sense. Like those ships are quite expensive.
Yes,
You're not going to buy that ship for a small amount. So
I love the question because, we met with the Port of Prince Rupert and also some local First Nations, and just the infrastructure itself within the port and what they're doing with their trucking, that it's a major focus for this kind of energy. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Here we go a little bit into some of our target markets. We mentioned the heavy duty transport, and what we have is, you see us here doing this leadership work and coming to your community. However, we have a huge team in the background that are doing a lot of data sets and doing a lot of research. And part of that research that we realized that the markets are very large. And so making sure that there's a reliable energy source is really key to our business model. So heavy duty transport, we're using all those data sets to basically prove what we're doing in our business case. And you can see some of the revenues are pretty large. Some of the focus we also, and you mentioned this, ports and airports, operation, logistics, equipment, municipal fleets. So, we talked about, snow machines, various city equipment that could be used. Garbage trucks. Technology, garbage trucks. So that's another piece that we've been doing some research in and also talking to local municipalities about. Heavy industry, natural gas users. We also recognize that it's not like you can just cut off some of those gas, applications and just simply go right into hydrogen. That there has to be some transition that takes place. And so we're a value-added company that will look at some of those transitions. Remote community power, the numbers are right there. 20 million liters of diesel that's being used in remote communities for electrical needs. So this could be a possible way to replace some of those fossil fuel options. So right into hot-lip green energy, hydrogen production. So this is a bit of a slide on the business model that we had with Hotlip, and we had a bit of an agreement that we signed with them in July, and we had the Minister Josie Osborne join us and some other folks, and but this is basically our project, and this is a 25 megawatt project, and this gives you sort of like an idea of what you could be looking at possibly if we were going to work with your First Nation. So looking at the picture, that's sort of a pit house design, and that came from consultation with the community, and they said that that's something that was they would like to see, something cultural, something that was safe, of course, but connection to the community. So this has all the details. I'm pretty sure it's in the slide deck, but you'll see some updates.
I just want to add to ownership is not just money and economics, right? Ownership goes beyond that. So there's different layers of ownership. So this is how we've incorporated the community's ownership into the facility. So we didn't just come in and say, oh, we're going to put a metal box with piping or whatever. Like we built, so their traditional way of living is pit houses. So we hired an architect to build a pit house design that doesn't have this typical industrial approach. And that way we built those cultural and social ties to this project that's beyond just the economics, and that's how we incorporate ownership. Is not just financial; it's going beyond. The layers of ownership are cultural and social, and having ties to that project. So that's how that's our sustainable approach.
So this was the announcement that we had, and just a little bit more on the. You see all the smiles on the faces of folks because we're pretty happy about what we're doing, and we have some endorsement from the province and the feds now and Natural Resources Canada, and so we're really, and on the right hand side that's Ruben there, and Hotlip Chief Coopy Daryl Bob, and I don't know, that's got to be the biggest smile that I've seen on Omar ever. And obviously Minister Josie Osborne's in there, and also our friends from Tsleil-Waututh and Bobby, he's one of the counselors there. So really good things going on with our company. So a little bit on the vertically integrated green hydrogen company, and really just sort of wrapping up that whole idea of how we work, what is it that makes us, about community. When you go into the numbers a little bit, you can see that what we're trying to achieve is affordable compared to diesel. So hydrogen has to be, at par is wonderful, but we have to do better than that. We have to have a price point that actually is competitive with diesel. And that's what we're dealing with, is being able to, when we're talking about net zero targets, that the global targets, the only way we're going to do that is by, lowering the cost. And so that's one of our main goals. But as you can see, that there's a whole solution base to what we do along the work that we do in our production and distribution.
Yeah, and through the vertical integration, we're lowering our costs of production and then also gaining margin in other areas to compensate for that. So being involved in the building the fueling stations and the distribution and the conversion of the trucks, and even in the future, the manufacturing of all that, and with First Nations. So you're not just benefiting from producing the fuel, you're benefiting from everything that happens downstream up to the customer. And that's our approach in development as well, as making sure that we're creating that whole economy and ecosystem. And really driving that demand as well. Creating it, basically. Yeah.
So we're close to the end, folks, and I'd love to. We're about 10 minutes to the top of the hour. But one of our last slides is we just want to look at some of the comparisons of our company. We don't want to throw stones. We don't want to, cause anybody harm, and because everybody in the industry has something to provide and give. And we don't want to push anybody out. But what we want to do is highlight some of the important things that we have. So if you get a chance, please take a look at this when I update the slide deck to you all. And some important things is Indigenous community ownership. That's a key piece of what we do. Government support. It's there for a lot of projects, and we're starting to get a lot of steam there. Scalable growth model. So this is long-term growth that we're talking about. Green hydrogen. We want to stick to green. We don't want to talk about any other colors or other ways to produce that hydrogen. Specifically, green is where we want to stay. Low-cost hydrogen, of course, I mentioned that, and vertical integration. So those are key pieces, and there's some other folks that are doing some of that and none of that. So
I think we're the only ones really talking about major participation and ownership of First Nations as well. We don't see that with any other developers. It's more like they have a baked idea, and it's like, are you in or are you out, right? That's not how we do it. We don't bake ideas and then come to the community. We build that with the community and with the leadership.
You're good. I was going to ask you, what's the difference between what is the difference between you guys and the other agencies out there doing the same thing, and you just answered it.
Well, thanks.
So on this one, we don't want to presume anything, okay? I want to be cautious about how we approach this slide, because I think it's really important that what we'd like to do is some next steps with you possibly, and talk about what the future may hold. And so that's entirely up to the Lheidli Logo today. And but what we did was we mapped out some of our ideas and thoughts that we had that could be possibilities. So, wish list, if you will. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that Lheidli are the ones that are driving whatever the production or distribution might be. However, the ownership structure is, that's something that's up to you. But obviously, we want to have a production facility. That's really key. Production facility on your lands. So there's really three components that we work from. And that's when we partner with First Nation, there's the electricity that we need the land, and we also need water sources. Those three things are something to keep in mind.
How much land would you need? How big is this facility?
I can answer. It really, again, it depends on the size, right? So this is something that we can work on together. 5 megawatts, it would be probably the smallest feasible size. That's about an acre, maybe 2 acres. 25 megawatts we're doing with Hochlip, that's about 5 acres of land. So it scales that way. So
the more megawatts, the more land.
The more land, because the more equipment there is, and the more, And then the more you need for trucks to come in and take that fuel and move it out and all that. So yeah. But we could start. It depends. Every community has their own needs, their own kind of like risk sort of tolerances. So we could start with something smaller and lower risk that doesn't really involve much land, or even could be outside the community's lands as well. And then like with like the airport, the Prince George Airport, we could use some of their land. They seemed interested in working with the Lheidli Logo. But or we could do it something more with like I don't know, like reserve lands, whatever, or fee simple. We're flexible, right? So we can work all that out together. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's sort of a good segue into hydrogen distribution. So there's the larger business model of distributing that, local, regional, Northern BC hydrogen stations. We talked about Prince Rupert and various other points. Refill distribution, that's something we didn't really talk about today, but that's an interesting piece about how to refill stations. And so this might be a central place for that. Large scale export, North America and Asia. We've done some discussions about that. Heavy industry, trucking, airports, regional governments, and First Nations communities. So that's sort of like an overview of where the opportunities lie that we've identified, where this could be for your community as well. Remote community power, of course, we talked about that a little bit as well. So this, I'll talk about one community that we're involved in, and they have specific needs for their houses. So they want to make sure that they've been using diesel for a very long time. So they want to actually have a generator. They're in a remote location, and they want to have a generator that uses hydrogen, especially when it's cheaper and less footprint on the environment. So those are options that we're looking at. So that's pretty much the end of our, oh yeah, please, yeah.
I just have a question about housing, like in general, like for the heating and stuff, like you said that I know the remote communities, they do use diesels and stuff, but for our community, we're split by a river. So the north side, we use natural gas, but on the south side, it's either propane or electric. So like, is that a possibility to have the same kind of fuel source for both sides rather than us being so different in fueling systems for our houses, for our housing units?
Yeah, if we convert them both to hydrogen. Yeah, is that
I'm just wondering, like, if it's possible in the future, like
it is possible
because it's different heating sources and wood stove. Like we have mostly wood stoves on the south side than we do on the north side. So there's like 4 different kind of heating systems that were going on here. We're the same community.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So especially if the hydrogen is being produced locally, it's definitely
it's just
cost effective. Yeah.
So is the actual plant noisy?
No, there's no. So there's no moving pieces.
No.
Like no big burning things, no like big mechanical things moving. It's a lot of it's stationary equipment. There's the compressors, but what we've done for the Hochlip is design it so that there's sound insulation around the specific pieces of equipment. That are like 80 decibels. That's like still pretty low, but we want it like we're working in a pristine environment, right? And we want to preserve it. So we put that into the design, it's like the sound insulation and all that stuff but the majority of the equipment, the bulk of the equipment is like stationary equipment that just run electricity through like a polymer, make hydrogen like that. So
it was on, just saying if it was on reserve.
No, actually it would be quieter than like diesel, pulp mills and all that stuff.
Trains going by every 5 minutes.
Yeah, so a train would be like louder than loud. Yeah. So that's a key element of our design is ensuring sound. And then we also take into account like, even though it's not really a risk, but we're really like trying to be careful as per where the prevailing winds are going and all that. And there's no smell with hydrogen, it's odorless. But we're like with the architects that we have, they take into account everything, the land, the water, the prevailing winds, the sound, all that stuff to make sure that it's suitable.
And then water is needed.
So for the 25 megawatt production facility, it's about 100 cubic meters of water a day. So to put that into perspective, it would take like for an Olympic-sized swimming pool, that much water consumption would take about 3 weeks to 4 weeks, say a month, to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool with that much water consumption. Yeah. So and then also again, to put it in a different perspective, it's about like a 1-inch pipe. Yeah, 1-inch pipe. Yeah. So I mean, obviously the pipes will be oversized, but if you're talking about a full volume, it's the full volume of a pipe, of a 1-inch pipe. That's yeah. So you know, we design with more contingency. In the winter, we'll probably use less. Winter, colder weather, things become more efficient. So then we'll use less water. That's kind of so. But roughly, it's about the kind of the ballpark numbers. Usually, 10 liters per kilogram of hydrogen. So a 10-ton per day facility would be 100,000 liters.
10 liters to what?
For a kilogram.
For a kilogram.
Yeah. So 100,000 liters or 100 cubic meters for 10 tons per day, which is what we're doing at Hochland. If we're doing something smaller, like 5 megawatts, it would be, doing the math here, roughly, it's about 2 tons. So it'd be, 20 cubic meters a day. So it's just kind of like how it all works. So the key thing to also remember is that water, so hydrogen, when we create hydrogen, we're splitting water. So we're putting electricity through the water and splitting into a hydrogen and oxygen molecule. But then in a fuel cell, which is what the trucks would run, a fuel cell, that combines the hydrogen and oxygen again. And then in that union of hydrogen and oxygen again, the electricity that you put in comes out.
Oh,
okay. So there's some efficiency losses in there, but it's still pretty efficient. So the water comes back again. So we're not destroying the water. The water is coming from the environment, going into the environment, and there's no emissions, there's no pollution associated with that. So,
Good question.
Yeah.
Service.
I just wanted to mention the water. Like, does it interfere with the amount of other things like magnesium and all that kind of stuff that's in water? Like, the metals and whatever else is in water that's untreated water or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, would something like that interfere with that, or do you have to separate all that?
Yes. So what we do is,
And then,
we treat the water, and then we actually use reverse osmosis to turn it into deionized and demineralized water. So it's like nothing but water. And then we use the hydrogen. So actually, because we're doing a lot of water treatment, so again, we always try to find these synergies with the community needs. So in the Hochland, we're looking at, okay, we're building a water treatment for kind of like the community, because like it's only like a little marginal cost to make more water treatment and then provide more water security. And then some of that we'll take and treat further, and the rest will like provide more water security for the community. So that's kind of, and also we need fire water. So we need about 800,000 liters stored for fire water. So again, if we align that with the community needs and provide them again security for any, like for forest fires, anything like that, right? So we always try to find all these synergies, so when we're developing the project, we're providing the community more than just, again, money or hydrogen or whatever. It's kind of like that circular approach. Right.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's up to the community, right? So
Yeah.
like we could say like, oh, you could do a greenhouse, right? If you with the excess or the heat that's produced in the facility, like you can use that for something. So that's how we like to approach it, but that would require like you guys would have to decide.
Yeah.
Right. We wouldn't come in and be like,
But that's really cool.
So when we talk to communities, it's usually 3 things that are the priorities. It's energy, water, and food security. And so food security is another aspect too, because where we're building this facility is close to agricultural land. So there's like waste heat that comes out of generation of hydrogen. So instead of blowing that into the air, we're also exploring the feasibility of circulating that, recycling that heat into greenhouses to bring food security. And that energy is available anyway, right? So those are the kind of synergies that we're looking at as we kind of develop more with the community. And also another thing we're looking at the feasibility of is turning wastewater and using wastewater to hydrogen. So, you know, like I know there's already been, like I've been talking to UNBC and they've done studies on the water treatment plant in Prince George and turning that into a water that's pure enough for like hydrogen production and all that. So, you know, imagine if you could like turn your tap and then that's not waste, that's actually being turned into energy down the line. You know, those are the kind of ideas that when we start bringing scale, and, you know, we really want to incorporate those ideas instead of using fresh water, if you just use the treated water that's being dumped in the ocean or the rivers, just take that and use it, right? So those are, again, the more synergies that we have on the hopper to as we develop and gain more experience and gain more knowledge on how to do all that stuff. So
folks, I'm sure you have more questions, and there's millions of questions. And what I invite is for us to possibly have a follow-up, and certainly love to come back and talk some more and then provide more information. We did send what we call an agreement in principle to Tawfiq, and I just wanted to say that is just a place marker, that's a placeholder for us to talk about working together, and it gives us a chance if we do start to go down a road. There is a non-disclosure piece to that, but it's a non-binding. That means it's not we're not committed in a contract to work together, but it's just a good way for us to start sharing some more detailed information that we haven't presented here that we'd love to share with you all. So just please review and let us know if you'd rather MOU or another type of agreement, but that would be sort of a next step for us, and we'll send you an updated deck, Tawfiq.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, if we agree to work together, then we can put dedicated resources to doing like feasibility work, kind of more, you know, that's something. Yeah, you can thank Deanna for that. Are you gonna play the video or?
We could. I'm not sure if the audio is gonna work. We do have a video. Do you want to watch a video?
About 2 minutes.
Sure. Okay, we'll see if the audio works. And
is it not connected through audio? No.
Might be the actual TV.
The TV.
The remote there for volume.
Oh, yep. Okay. I don't know.
No. Anyway. Yeah. Well, it's on our website. If you but it's basically this is like just sort of like a promotional video that we made, but it's really not talking much about hydrogen, but talking more about water and the importance of water to the culture. And here specifically, it's the Tsleil-Waututh territory that we filmed this at. And you know, the water is that future resource, right? And it's a holy and sacred resource for First Nations. This just kind of like talks about what that means for us as a company. And so I would encourage you to watch it at some point. It's cool.
Yeah, it's actually Ruben's mother.
Yeah, and Ruben's mom, she's the elder sort of narrating that story so.
It was a fun day. That picture of them actually, and you see in the presentation together, that was the day of filming. So we got a lot of nice photos after dinner.
And it's actually Ruben's grandfather is Chief Dan George.
What? Wow.
Yes.
Video, yeah.
Mm.
Not Dan George from Prince George.
No.
I can see it sometimes.
No, Dan George from Brunswick.
Not our MC.
Different day.
MC.
okay. So
Nice.
I invite you to take a look at our website too. We do have some of those frequently asked questions on the page, and what I'll do is I'll send that to Tawfiq, and you can peruse at your leisure. Just wanted to say on behalf of the team, I really appreciate you taking time. I know how busy it is for chief and councils. You know, me as a former, I know exactly what that's like. It's a huge undertaking. And I want to recognize also Barry for his family connections and the work that he's done in the past and leadership. And I know how well he is respected in the community, and we very much value his participation with us. So thank you for having us, and
Thank you.
Oh, what were you gonna say, Alan, before I cut you off?
Oh,
Yeah, you're gonna ask a question.
well, I mean, yeah, it's one of the million questions. So the biggest one was, you mentioned conversion of trucks.
Mm.
How do you intend to have companies convert?
Good question. So we've actually spoken to certain fleets.
Mhm.
So in California, it's looking a lot better. So for the Hoffler project, what we're actually doing is transporting it to California, exporting it. However, so I'll give you an example of what we're planning on doing with the Hofflip, and we want to plan to do that across multiple communities. So what we found is it's really difficult to teach an old dog new tricks, right? So even if the hydrogen cost is lower than diesel, we're finding that people don't like an established transportation company. Most of them, we're sure we'll find a couple more that are willing, but most of them don't want to change. They're comfortable. So actually, what we're looking to do is to partner with those that are willing to change and create those like indigenous-owned green fleets that use the hydrogen, that use the hydrogen trucks, and then kind of disrupt that industry that way, so that all these cost benefits, why give it to somebody that doesn't want to change, right? We can actually create those new partnerships around indigenous owned green fleets. They're doing that, say, in Prince Rupert, similar with Gatleedom Logistics. It's owned by the Metlakatla, and they have the contracts for the ports, and they're driving the first few hydrogen trucks, right? So the Hofflip, they want to do the same. They're like, well, I want to be part of those. I want to have those truck fleets. We want to create that new economy, not for the benefit of others. So that's sort of now what we're starting to create. So from this hydrogen production opportunity comes all these other opportunities that we're exploring and maturing together. And as these opportunities come up, how we're de-risking the project is like we want to bring that Hofflip plant online in 2026. So to de-risk that, we're actually exporting the hydrogen to California, where they already have the demand in the fleets. And then as that builds up locally, and we build the fueling station and the routes, then that supply will cover the local market more so.
One of the reasons I brought it up is when you had Hydra up on there.
Yeah,
they're a tech company. They're not a hydrogen company.
Yeah,
right? And I was thinking of licensing their technology into the fleets, right? Because they don't need to switch out, right? There is some sort of magical bolt-on thing on the normal engines, and so because that's the hurdle, right? Like you said, you got all these, and if their setup is, we will give you the attachment for free. But you have to sign a contract with us, and the price of hydrogen will be 20 cents less than diesel.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Hydra. They want to,
Right, and so I was wondering because I don't know what kind of uptake they're getting. Like, just looking at it from here, but if they'd be open to licensing that, and then there's more companies using them, using that to get, to build the market, to make it easier for truck companies to not have to do something, right? If you say, hey, Hydra, we want to license your technology to help you keep you from having to help companies from having to switch out their entire fleets, for a fee, of course, but then your cost of diesel isn't attached to what theirs is, right? If theirs is 20, like you got a 50-cent margin right there. Right, theirs is 20. Hey, I'll license it off of Hydra. We'll make that, instead of 50, we'll make it 85, so 30. Right, and so you could still come down. Which at some point, hydrogen will be the same everywhere. Right, at some point, just like any gas station you see. So you could probably make it go faster. Is what I'm saying. And they get the benefit of having their technology out there. So that's the way I was looking at that, especially when you flashed Hydra up there, because I truly believe they do not want to make hydrogen.
Yeah, they have that.
They have to, but they don't want to.
Yeah, so we've had a conversation actually with Hydra, and they were like, well, do you want to help us with our facility? We don't really want to, we don't want to really like build hydrogen. We want to focus more on the technology. And I was like, well, we can't do anything without like the local First Nations. So have you talked to the Lheidli today? They're like, yeah, but they weren't interested, or I don't know. It didn't seem like there was much traction there. I was like, so, and then they're like, yeah, we're bringing Métis. And I was like, that's not the right approach. So anyway, so they're actually wanting us to help them with that current facility that they have there. But again, so that's an option again, but that would have to work with the Lheidli today within the ownership structures that we like to work with, of like the majority First Nation ownership of that facility. So that's an option B. Option A is, build something small, 5 megawatt at the airport. Option B, work with existing plans, coordinate more partnerships. Or option C, start new. So
because I just see them like they have customers, right? Like they've onboarded some people.
They have, yeah.
And so, okay, you got some true believers, but again, they're making hydrogen is your core competency, not their core competency. And it seems like such a natural fit that to have them provide the single biggest barrier remover for every single truck in Earth. I don't know, that's just looking at it from the outside. Now, if it's a licensing deal, then it doesn't matter, right? If it's, you don't have to work with them. If hey, we have a licensing deal, we could still do all sorts of stuff, and all we do is say, hey, company X, Lomac, Excel, whoever, like, put this on here for free. We do the same thing, right? That's the way I imagine it going. And again, hydrogen price 40% lower diesel. Yeah, diesel's never going to go down. And so,
yeah, that's pretty conservative too. Honestly, like the low carbon fuel credits in BC are pretty crazy high right now. And like that fuel could like be almost free at this point, given how much credits are available and how much support there is around the credits, the carbon credits. So it's doable. And there's actually more credits for when you use it for fuel cells, which is like 100% hydrogen, versus co-combustion, which is Hydra's doing. So the way Hydra's doing it will generate less credits, but still, it's still pretty good. It's still very feasible financially.
It's just convincing all those old dogs of a trick that's not that hard.
Yeah. Well, I think
compared to a brand new trick,
it's better and more exciting to honestly just, raise a puppy to do all the tricks that you want.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of old dogs up there.
Yeah.
New dogs. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
So yes, we agree. I'll set up another meeting.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Megawatts, power, your partnership, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's BC Hydro partnership.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I know. I was like, what?
It's been a lot of work.
It's been a lot of groundwork and just like, listening and really trying to do things differently than the typical approach.
I don't want to over promise, under deliver. But I think it's in the realm of your leadership that you could go for the same thing. So thank you, Chief, and appreciate council as well. Thank you for taking time for us.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Before we end, we received a letter from the BCMAs on July 17th about a request. It was sent to all of us. I totally forgot. Thank you.
Yeah.
On July 17th, we were sent a letter from the reception.
Only if you buy them at Salish Elements.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Salish Elements. Burrito.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Very nice to meet you. Thank you as well. Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Great question. But I have to just look up all your names again. Wendy. What's great? We're starting to be guests and then it's. Yeah.
And I remember those.
Right on, very. Good job.
Alan, I'm not sure if I gave you my card before. I'll give it something like. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the hydro is definitely a good angle. Talk more about that.
Nice to meet you.
And we met, the other. He's kind of like the owner.
Okay.
Yeah, so he wants help with this project here. So this could be an opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you think it's a good chance to align things, it's something that we trade. But
Yeah.
like they really.
They're.
Oh, it's raining.
Yeah, locally. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
That's where.
The only thing I want to like check with him more is like
Thank
the
you.
whole thing around like, our trucking company is gonna be able to like,
Thank you so much.
like if you run the truck on the hydrogen, you look like combustion, there's still the repairs and all
Yeah.
that. But I'm sure he's thought about that.
Yeah, so let's go outside because
Yeah.
I think they're still gonna talk.
The,
I'm gonna email them online.
yeah, on July 17th, we received an email from the British Columbia Museums Associations from the.
Oh, yeah.
Just wasn't part of our agenda.
Oh. Oh, weird.
Sorry?
What is it?
The other one's for basketball. Basketball, the one I brought up.
Yeah.
This one's.
Museum.
Yeah, the museum.
Seems missing.
Not.
Not yet. Yeah, because it was sent to us, but it just wasn't part of the agenda.
Yeah, that one.
Hi?
You're going one, right?
Thanks online, folks.
It's actually, it's a partnership agreement with Claytley to be a co-host. There's a letter. I just forwarded it to you.
July 17th.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, that way I'll just, I'll let you guys read it and then maybe when we get back in, we can.
Okay, sure. Hey, Razzie, we're gonna go on lunch break now. Community will be back at 1:00. Okay, thank you.
And,
Is that, are we off now?
Okay, Auffray.
they are being electrical.
This was more information on this and
for like a minute.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're back. We had an in-camera session. Well, you guys are off the hook. You get to enjoy the rest of the afternoon because the rest of our afternoon will be in an in-camera session. So thank you for joining. See you later. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Okay, have a good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ridley? Okay, thank you. We're in camera for the rest of the day.
Your phone relax.
Thank you. Everybody let out their guts.
Yeah.
I have nothing.